No. Well, I guess 5 is too early for August. Alright, I gotta do this one. Let me get this one started. Oh, it's got side skirts. Okay, I see. Alright. Where am I going? 71. Oh, yeah. So I just want to get these contracts going, and then I need to turn that field that has cotton on it. And make it oat. Ah. Oh, there it goes. Just took a second. Okay. I was like, what the hell? Alright, so we'll let Mr. AI take that over. I'm sure he can cut grass just fine. I am going to need the windrower for the V something. I forget what the other name for it is. We go this way. Whoa, Jesus. Why the steering in this game? Even see if he's done enough for me to get started. Yeah, kinda. Why am I getting this field not straight? He's going a little faster than 9. Figure out where I can go here. I wonder if the end here. I wonder if I'm getting less because it's raining with it being a contract. I don't know. I gotta fertilize 39. Do that while it's raining. I don't know if that counts for contracts or not. I know it counts for your own stuff. Where's 39? Okay. This is a field that I just seeded as a contract. And the guy wasted fertilizer on. So now I gotta fertilize it again. Nice. I can't really see what's covered and what's not. Oh yeah, I can. Doesn't look like I'm going straight. What the hell? Stop raining here in a second. Come on. Come on. I must have gone really crooked here to start with. Nope. Yep. Okay. Take this back home. The quick 8,000. You know, I'm gonna need this for this field, so I'm gonna drop this right here. I imagine I'll need the cultivator first, unless I need the plow. I'll leave this over here. Yeah, he's moving. He's probably doing twice what I'm doing as far as speed goes. Not losing me by much. And about twice as wide as he is. He will though, the field gets smaller over there. So. Damn trees right here. I'm gonna do, well, I don't have any trouble turning around there, I don't think. I guess what I'm gonna do anyway, I'm gonna go around the perimeter with the mower anyhow. Just get as much as I can, maybe get an extra bale or two out of it. So I won't worry about it too much. Like, how the hell did he do that? Or did I do that? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. I have to go around. put it over here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use it still. Do the same thing with the windrow. Damn it. Gotta be worth some extra, right? This is an interesting machine. Does baling and wrapping. Should be quick. Yeah. Now, are you kidding me? This was like 5 minutes ago. Fuck. I didn't do that part. Hmm. You done fucked up. Damn, it takes forever to drop that thing. I need to go hit that other end that I apparently forgot to do. I'm gonna finish this round. I need to do something different. Start harvesting that cotton. Or at least get the AI started on it. We'll see. I don't think it's that big of a field. I'm gonna have to buy a bale spike, I think. Make sure the bales don't get so big that my small tractor can't move them. Finish. All right. Nope. Not gonna make that mistake twice. Okay, let's see. 42 is cotton. So, here for a second. Where's the cotton? Is it gonna need plowing? I don't know. But I know I'm gonna need to lease a cotton harvester here. $25,000. Holy fuck. Ouch. That's a big ouch. Capital O. But if I don't do this, then all that cotton's just going to go to waste. And there ain't no sense in that. It'll get my, what's it called? Spinnery, I think, turns cotton into thread. It'll get that started once I can afford that. And, that'll give me time for my sheeples when I get them, once I can afford that. Get me going and start making money. Like I said, I think I'm gonna fill it maybe halfway and then poop out a bale. I don't know how big of a bale my small tractor can handle, and if it can't handle what I poop out here, then I'm gonna have to lease a medium tractor for 5 minutes just to get the bales off the field. Or I guess I could dump the bale anywhere. It's my bale, and I won't have to worry about it in case I screw it up. So I'll probably want to poop the bale out off of the field somewhere, just in case. I'm definitely not taking it all the way to my other property because that's too damn far. It'd take me a week to get there at 16 miles an hour. Now that I took that fertilization contract, I gotta come back over here and get my fertilizer. What are you gonna do? It's not that big of a field, right? Can't see anything. Probably get 2 half bales out of it. Do I have enough room to turn around? Not really. Okay. I'm gonna have to clip off that end. Oh, come on. God damn it. It is what it is. Yeah, you need a giant cotton field to get any kind of decent crop out of it. Turn the speed down a little bit, make sure I got time to turn this field now. The other option, I guess, is to just hold the cotton and sell it. I don't know if I'd make my money back that way, though. Like just a big box driving down the plot. see how much cotton is per thousand peak. $4,000 per 1,000 liters. February. So I would only need about 6,000 liters to break even on my Browering leasing this thing, so I got 7,000 already, so I would make money if I just sold the cotton, but I would get more if I held on to it and then put it into a spinnery to make, what's it called? Where am I gonna leave this thing? Make textiles. Just try to leave it at the end of this row, I guess. I don't know how it's gonna do it. Oh, okay, alright. That's gonna be awkward. Yeah, hopefully my little tractor can handle it. As long as I can get it onto the low loader, should be alright. Won't have to struggle with it too much. Although that's just going to make it heavier for the tractor to pull. And it's going to pull the loader. Depending on how much I have, I could use this to fund getting sheep. I don't know. Maybe I could do both. Sell like half of it and use that to fund the sheep, and then hold on to the rest of it to get my textile factory started. My spinnery. Less America. Why does it do that? Halfway through the field, it stops gathering that row. And actually, the problem I had with my medium tractor in my other game was weight. I picked up a bale of cotton and my tractor went like that. It's a little sketchy trying to get it where I needed it to go. Feels a little bigger than I thought, I will admit. I guess next row I'll look to see if this thing's gonna need plowing. I don't see rocks, so it shouldn't need a rock picker. Nope. Doesn't need plowing. Good. Doesn't need lime. Just gotta go ahead and throw that shit down. Somebody forgot to pull out those stumps. Jeez. I'm allergic to cotton bales or something. Thanks, Hockey. How's it going, man? Cool. Well, they got the shut. I don't remember if we talked about it, but the Red Wings got the shutout. I know we said they won. It's kind of a good bad thing. It's like, well, they won, which is good, but they beat Montreal, which was terrible last year. Even though Montreal beat Toronto somehow this year. I don't know what happened there. Now, I saw the comments from the coach said that they were doing a good job in front of the goalie, and it wasn't like the goalie stole a game. You know, it's not like they played badly and the goalie kept them in it and won it for him. So I think that's also good that the team is playing good in front of the goalie and they're not leaving him out to hang. So that's good. And I guess some of our newer players did good, which is great. Although we've seen that before. They start off really good for a year or two, and then they kind of down they go. Hopefully Yzerman is smart and he doesn't let any of the good ones go. And I think he is. Although he's been... How long has he been in the place he's at now? Gotta be a while now. 5 years? Would be my guess. Alright, that's all I need that for. It's a quick 25,000. That's the wrong menu. Alright. I go to the other menu. I really don't know why they split these menus up. Alright, yeah, I'm doing that. What field is this? 10. So my fertilizer is here. I'm up here, and 10 is... Jesus. Well, that didn't work out at all, did it? Yeah. At least I feel like, you know, anything that goes wrong with him, it's, you know, it's not because he's trying to do something. I think he's got the franchise in mind. I don't think he's thinking about just himself and how, you know, his job and how he's looked at. I think he actually, you know, would have the franchise in mind when he makes his decisions. So that's the best thing. I mean, I don't know. I never met the guy. Who knows, right? But that's what I would think anyway. And we'll see how the new... I don't remember the new coach's name. I just can't remember. I know we got rid of the guy who used to coach the minor league, Babcock, right? And then now we got... Yeah, I just cannot remember the guy's name. But we'll see how he does. He's got a pretty average team. You know, he's not playing with the superstars we used to have. He's going to have to do something. Griffins, yeah, he coached the Griffins. I don't know what he's doing now. I don't know if he got another job or what, but... I mean, yeah, they gave him several years to sort things out, but he did take over right when we, like, got rid of everybody that was good. We had, like, Larkin, and that's it. So, you know, what do you expect, you know, from a team that just went from making the playoffs, what was it, 22 or 3 years in a row to having one good player? So, I don't know. I don't blame him. Yep. And he's good, no doubt, no question. But, you know, he's not gonna save your whole team from mediocrity. You gotta have good players with him. For the times that he's not top notch, for the times when the other team has people who are several that are just as good, you know, he can't be about one guy. I think the person we missed the most is Lidstrom. Having that strong defense leader kind of person back there. Two-way player. I think that's the one that hurt the most. Yeah. Do you want? Yeah, fertilize 10. Okay. I mean, I'll do it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was looking at that field. That's wrong. This is... Well, that would have sucked if I started throwing fertilizer on the wrong field. Be like that guy from Independence Day, crop dusting the wrong field. Alright. This will probably do it. Yeah. Randy Quaid. Yeah. That guy in the was it the National Lampoon's movie when he played his cousin? They had that one scene at the casino where they got their food and they were sitting down. He was talking to shit, what's that main character's name? I can't believe I'm brain farting on his name. Anyway, they were talking. Yeah, Clark Griswold. Who was the actor that played him, though? That's the guy. I don't know why I can't remember his name. He's a very famous actor, but Chevy Chase. That's it. So they're talking to each other. And Randy Quaid's character was telling him about, yeah, he was in the army or something. And he got this plate in his head and he's collecting, you know, disability or something like that. And he's talking to him and he just stops mid-sentence. He's like, for a few seconds, and then he just starts talking again. Oh man, that was so funny when I saw that. And then Griswold was just like looking like, what in the hell's wrong with this guy? That was freaking hilarious. Yeah, I just hope the Wings can be competitive. I don't expect them to win or compete for the Stanley Cup, but I just want them to like make the playoffs, you know, be competitive. That's really all I need them to do. Yeah. And then their babysitter was a garbage can half full of snakes that he dumped out. Had the kids collect them back up. Oh man, that was a different one. I think that no, that was the same movie. Called it Roundup Time or something like that. Yeah, kids don't know what they're missing nowadays. That's got to be done. There we go. It's an easy 10 grand. All right. Now I need fertilizer, of course. I gotta go down to the store. That's down here somewhere. Should be heading right for it. Oh, left turn. This isn't the road it's on. Where am I going? Right turn. I gotta go over here. Man, I just been playing this map for a little while and I still don't know where I'm going half the time. So what have you been up to? You been watching any of the games? I don't have NHL Center Ice right now, so I don't get to see them. I should probably look into ESPN Plus or something that has all the hockey games. Yeah, I got rid of cable too. Well, I had DirecTV for a long time. I got rid of it like 2 years ago. I was not watching it at all. I had it for NFL Sunday Ticket and NHL Center Ice, and pretty much other than that, I didn't watch anything. So I was like, why am I keeping this? I'm already annoyed by all the commercials. Why am I keeping this and paying for it? So I got rid of it, and I got Netflix, so that's pretty much what I use for that sort of thing, but it doesn't help for sports. I think I need one more pallet. That'll work. Alright, so what do I need to do? Well, I need to take this. I guess if I leave it in between my original farm and the new plot. I think I need to go get the cultivator. That's what, I mean, you might remember, originally cable, the reason people bought cable was because there's no commercials. You paid money for it, and in return there were no commercials. It was different from over the air, which was free with ads. And it was worth it. Look at us now. right? You get to pay and you have a bunch of ads. I can't take that. It gets to me. I mean, I can't. I got XM radio probably 10 years ago now, I would say. I cannot listen to regular over-the-air radio. I can't. They come on with commercials way too often, and then it's like 5 minutes of crap and commercials. It's like, how do people listen to that? I just can't. It actually makes me angry. I just like turn it off. I just can't do it. Alright, I don't need to file, so I'm gonna get my cultivator. Yeah, I mean, it's like that, you know, frog in a pot of boiling water, right? Turn up the heat. It's like they first, you know, they get you with cable and they say, oh, well, there's no commercials, so pay us, right? So now they got that steady stream of income from more people and they're making more money. And then slowly but surely, oh, well, we're going to put some commercials on this channel and that channel, but not everything, so it's still okay. And then they add more and more and more, and over 10, 15, 20 years, it's just as bad as the original cable or original TV was. And then you also have people who never knew that and never experienced it. You tell them, hey, cable didn't used to have any commercials. And they're like, what? Yeah. I mean, I imagine they'll do the same thing with XM radio. Over time, they'll add. I know they got some stations, very few, but they have some that have commercials. And I already get annoyed when the DJ starts talking about, I don't care what they're talking about. The next song, the last song, it's like, just shut up. I didn't turn on the radio to listen to you talk. I turned it on to listen to music. So I could see him doing it the same thing. I'll probably be dead by the time it gets that bad, but I can see him doing it. Either that or I'm just a crusty old angry guy, you know. And it, you know, honestly, really, it's the consumer's fault. We put up with it. We didn't bitch about it. We didn't get anything to change, so here we are. They did it, and we let them do it. I mean, if everybody said, you know, hey, we're not buying cable anymore, and until you do, you know, get rid of the or, you know, be reasonable. You know, if you're going to put commercials in there, fine, I get it. You can't, you're a business, you can't provide stuff for free. But 20 to 25 minutes of commercials in a 1 hour program? Are you freaking kidding me? No. 5 minutes. I could deal with 5 minutes of commercials in an hour. During which I would, you know, get another soda, go to the bathroom. And be watching the commercials anyway, but at least that would be reasonable. Yeah. Radio's probably the same way, you know, make it more reasonable. 1 minute every 15 minutes or something like, I don't know. Something that doesn't act like an ice pick in the back of my brain. I should probably, well, let's see how bad it is. Oh, and that's, you know, YouTube, I don't know if I said this or not, but you're crusty too. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but Linus Tech Tips, I don't know if you watch any of his stuff, but They mentioned that YouTube is going to start charging for 4K content. And in January, they are going to make it so that on Chrome at least, you cannot skip the ads. You know how like I have uBlock Origin and AdBlock Plus to get rid of. I don't see any ads on YouTube ever with those two things on. And they're making it, Google's making it so that on Chrome, you can't, those won't work. You won't be able to not watch the commercials. And they're going to start charging for 4K. So the Chrome thing doesn't affect me because I use Firefox anyway for a lot of reasons. But you know, people who use Chrome, they're gonna, I don't know what they're gonna do. Yep. And if people continue, if they do that, let's say they do that and they make it so you can't skip ads on Chrome. If people don't switch over to a browser like Firefox where it still works, they're just going to keep doing it, right? They turn that knob until people start to complain and move and they start to lose money, and then they dial it back. So if people don't do anything, they just lay down and accept it, they're just going to keep turning that knob, add more and more commercials, because that's pure income for them. You know, and then the thing about charging for 4K content, you know, look at what we were just talking about. Yeah, they're only going to charge for 4K now. In 2 years, maybe they'll start charging for 1440. You know, it's just, yeah. In a way, I'm kind of glad that I'm not going to be around for 50 years. I'm only going to be around, if I'm lucky, for 20. Because they just keep finding, or they don't find new ways. They keep the cycle of screwing people over as hard as they can. You know, whatever they can get away with. It's not about income. It's not about surviving as a business. Not Google, they're Alphabet, right? They switched to Alphabet, they call themselves now. They netted 77 billion with a B, netted 77 billion in 2021. You gonna tell me that company needs to charge for 4K? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but I'm pretty sure they don't need to charge for 4K. They just know they can. So they're going to. And I get it. They're, like I said, they're a company. They need to make a profit. I get that. But, you know, how much do you need? You know, 77 billion net isn't enough. Oh, fuck. Yeah. So, I don't know. And for me personally, if they start charging for 4K, I won't watch 4K. You know. So I'll watch in 1440. It won't look as good. I got a giant monitor sitting in front of me, a 4K monitor, so that'll kind of suck, but I'm not paying for YouTube. I'm not. I mean, I feel like I'm getting away with something with blocking ads, you know. So, okay, if they find a workaround for that, I would say, yeah, okay, all right, you're a company, you got to make money, I get it, yeah. But charging for 4K? Not doing it. It's not even a matter of if you can afford it at that point, right? It's just like they're looking at you going, we're screwing you over, and you're sitting there going, okay. they were Linus was talking to the other guy he does the podcast with. I don't remember his name, but he's like, "What's your threshold? You know, if they ask for money for 4K, would you be okay with that?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'd be okay with that." What about 1440? He says, "No, I'd be okay with that too." And he's like, "Okay, so why don't you care? Why are you willing to pay for that?" And he's like, "Well, you know," he started talking about, you know, there's so much information on YouTube right now that is free that can literally save you a lot of money. And he's right. You know, I watched a video on how to replace the water pump in my Jeep. And, you know, I watched it more than once, right? And I went out and I did it. And if that wasn't there, I would have had to pay the shop, whichever shop I take it to do that. So he's right. That saved me X amount of money. That's true. Do I need that in 4K? Probably not. So I could watch that. And I would watch that, is what he was saying, is I'd watch something like that in 720. It would still be okay because I need the information. It doesn't need to be, you know, it doesn't need to look good. And it's like, that's true, but YouTube didn't do that, right? The guy who made that video is the one who did that. You think he's making a lot of money? No. No. It's Alphabet, Google, the ones that are making the money. So, well, we'll see. I can not pay for it and choose not to watch 4K, and that's all I can do. And I don't really want to get into it, but everything going on with our public schools right now, it's the same thing, man. The way as bad as that's gotten, people didn't, for whatever reason, too busy, didn't know what was happening, whatever. They didn't do anything about it, and here we are. Our public schools are a fucking mess. You know, even if you leave the politics and the gender thing and all that stuff out of it, and you just talk about, you know, math and science and all that kind of stuff, we fought up. We did not keep our eyes on that one. Because, I mean, kids today are not any dumber than you or I, right? They're not any dumber. But our school system is so bad that they come out and they're idiots in a lot of ways. Can't really blame the kid for that. So anyway, I don't want to get into politics and stuff like that. But I don't have kids, so it doesn't. If I had kids, my head would explode with all the stuff that's going on. But I don't know. Maybe some people are waking up a little bit about what's going on. I don't know. You might have kids, you're not sure. Okay. Well, I was in the Navy, so maybe I got kids too. I don't know. But, yeah. And I was very lucky. My parents sent me to a private school. So I was very, very lucky. And they busted their ass to do that. Yeah, it really, I mean, you know, growing up, you're not aware of it, right? You're going to school, but looking back, man, holy shit. Super lucky to have gone to a private school. I mean, I made use of it, right? You know, I got a master's degree eventually, so I made use of it. It wasn't wasted on me. I may still not be very smart, but, you know, I went about as far as I could. How is it different? You know, so I have, obviously I've talked to people who went to public school, and I have relatives that went to public school, and almost everything's different. Um, you know, they don't try to teach you morals, but you're responsible for things, right? You know, if you don't do your homework or you don't do well, you're gonna fail or you get a bad grade, or you know, it's not, you know, that they're just trying to get you the whole class at the same level or a level to pass a state board test, right? It's they want to make sure that each student is not only doing well but doing what they're supposed to. Again, they're not sitting there going, you should do what you're assigned to do because it's morally right, and you know, as when you grow up, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, there's going to be consequences. They didn't come at you that way. They just said, hey, you didn't do your homework, you got a 0. You know, they didn't go, oh well, you know, that's okay, or you know, here's another week to do it, or you know, it was just, you didn't do it, you got a 0. Now that teaches you to be responsible and do what you're supposed to do, and you know, all that kind of stuff. But in public schools, I get the impression that it's not like that, because it's just not like that. So, and of course, you know, there's no government interference in private schools, right? I mean, they have to meet standards, of course, but the government can dictate what a public school teaches, and you know, a lot of other things about how it's taught and what the content is, and you know, so the government very much has its hands in how public schools are run. Private schools, no. You know, so you're not going to get politics. They're going to teach you how to think in a private school, right? They're not going to teach you what to think. Whereas in a public school, with the government influence there, right, they want, you know, they don't just teach you how to think. They try to say, this is what's right, and this is, you know, did you get the right answer? Yes, check. Right? Not how did you get there? You know, what did you think about? How did you do your work? You know, they just, did you get the right answer? Check, because that's all you need to do on a generalized meet the minimums or meet whatever the state standard is test. And I'm not bashing the teachers either. It's not like the teachers are evil or something. I mean, there's varying degrees of that nowadays, where some of the teachers are kind of a little fucking crazy, but, you know, they're under the control of the superintendent, and he's under the control of the government telling them, and you know, what to teach and how, and so, you know, I would say the vast majority of teachers are good people, but with that government influence and the politics that come into play, and the way that you know, the kids are evaluated, what it does is it creates somebody who doesn't think, creates somebody who looks for whatever the right answer is. Or what do you want me to say? That's the kind of person you generate. Whereas in a private school, it's more like, you know, like I said, how do you get there? You know, this is how you approach a problem. And then you're presented with problems, not, here's a problem, this is the answer. Did you get it? Yep, okay, good. On to the next thing, you know. China is actually pretty good at that. At least in math, they teach their kids how to problem solve, and so they can solve problems that, you know, it's not a simple 2 + 2 kind of question. It's, you know, can you problem solve? And that's unfortunate for us. And I am not saying copy the Chinese. I'm just saying we need kids who can think critically and problem solve, not just regurgitate the right answer. There is a story, what school is it? A prominent, was it an Ivy League school? New York, was it New York University, NYU? Fired a teacher who was 80 years old because his students submitted a petition that his tests in his class was too hard. And NYU fired him, and their reasoning was too many of his kids are failing. He's not succeeding at teaching. He's not succeeding at teaching. He had taught for 30 years at Princeton. Okay? I think he knows how to teach. So that's the kind of thing we're up against. The stupidity of the people who are running these places. And it's hurting the kids, and it's hurting the country because of hurting the kids. You know, you end up with idiots. You end up with poorly educated people. Like I said, the kids are not any dumber than me or you ever were. It's just that the school system is ass, basically. So, and they're, you know, in some places they're kind of figuring that out. Like, it was a big deal in Virginia when they elected, what was his name, Youngkin. That was one of his big things, was we need to recognize that the parents have to have an input on school. It can't just be the government, you know. The parents, the children are the parents' children. You have to, you know, pay attention to what the parents are saying. But then you got the teachers' unions going, no, we know best. The parents don't know anything. We're the educators. We'll teach them what we want. You shut up. It's like, okay. And that's why they're fighting so hard against vouchers, is if they give people that choice, they're going to pull them out of the public school. And then the unions are going to lose their money, and it's bad for them. And, you know, there's a whole other mess of things that go along with that. But I don't know. I think it's a problem that's been around for too long, like 20 years-ish, maybe even longer. And if people are just now, because of the pandemic and the kids coming home and bringing, you know, having to do school at home, and the parents going, they taught you what? They asked you what? They're not going to tell me, the parent, what? They're starting to go, oh, shit. You know, they're having that oh, shit moment. But the fact that it's been screwed up for so long, it's going to take a long time to fix it. And the kids that grew up with that shitty school system are fucked. And so the country is kind of fucked when they take over and start becoming the leaders. So that's not good. Not good at all. But like I said, you know, I feel sorry for the people who are going to have to put up with it. I'm old enough where it's, you know, by the time this country takes a shit, I probably, you know, I'll be gone. But obviously we're not going in the right direction, and we haven't been for a while, especially with the schools, public schools, and in universities. They're not, you know, universities aren't completely screwed over, but I remember when I went to school, college for my undergrad, I'm an engineer, and when I had to go to the humanities classes and the social classes, you know, I could see that the way for me to get through the class was to tell the teacher what they wanted me to tell them. And so I wrote a lot of things that I didn't agree with. But it got me the grade that I needed to get through the class. And that sucks. But it didn't change what I thought and what I did. You know what I mean? I wrote what they wanted me to write and what I knew would get me a grade so I could get through the class, but I didn't buy it, you know. You know, I sat there, you know, going, man, I know this is bullshit, but if I don't write this, the prof's not gonna, you know, they're not gonna like it. So, the problem was, when I went to college, I was 28. I got out of high school, I joined the Navy for 9 years, 10 years. Got out so I could get my bachelor's degree. So I was older than, you know, 95% of the people who were there. So it was much easier for me to see that's bullshit, you know, versus a kid who just came out of high school, who, you know, hasn't had any experience anywhere and doesn't know bullshit when he sees it through no fault of his own. But, you know, what do you do? And that's for those guys. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I talk to younger folks, and the things that they don't know, you know, it's sad. That reminds me of an episode of Family Guy. You watch Family Guy at all? You ever seen that? Oh my god, that show is so hilarious. There's a scene where Brian the dog was dating an older woman, and she was referring to things like they did in the 40s, like the name of furniture. Instead of calling it a sofa or something, she said whatever the 40s name was for it. And he was wanting to leave, and he had the keys in his hands, and she's saying, "Oh, just leave him on the Davenport." He's like, he doesn't know what that is. Yeah. And she kept saying, "Oh, leave him there, leave him there." And he's like, "I don't know what that is either." Because she was just talking, you know, and then she's like, he's like, "I'm just going to leave." So maybe, you know, some of the things that kids nowadays don't know, you know, maybe some of it's that, but I don't know. Chesterfield, yeah. Oh, God, that show was hilarious. Oh boy. Alright, I will be right back at the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Back to the grind. So anyway, sorry to go off topic there. I know we're farming here. I actually watched a couple videos about farming. I mean, it doesn't really apply to this game, but laundry. Oh, laundry, fun times. But yeah, I was watching you know, there's a couple farmers who put out videos to help new farmers and talking about equipment, what new farmers should buy, you know, must-haves versus nice-to-haves, and what what to consider when you're buying a tractor. It's like, all right, and it turns out it's just like a car. You know, am I missing? Yeah. Turns out it's just like a car. It's like, well, what do you need it to do, right? He's like, you have to have one that has a front loader option and 4-wheel drive, because 2-wheel drive in the mud or if it rains is a big problem. Kind of, I mean, it's as he was talking about the things you would look at for a tractor. I was like, well, that's exactly what people should be thinking about for a car. So it's very similar. Of course, you got to know. It's like, well, how the hell, if I'm a new farmer, how the hell do I know what I need? But hopefully you know some. If you're trying to be a new farmer. And the whole reason I found that was that, and a lot of these tractors, they have this side seat, and I've been talking about it the last couple streams, and I was like, why? Why is there a passenger seat in a tractor? You know, I mean, are we hauling somebody across the state in a tractor and we need a passenger seat? But it's according to the videos I watched anyway, it's not like I went and talked to a dealer, but it's for training. They primarily, well, the manufacturers put it in there for training, because it's like, how do you train somebody to operate a tractor? Right? It's like, you got to be there. Yeah, it's always read the effing manual, of course, but you know, you gotta, it helps to be there and see what the person's, like, who knows what they're doing, do that, and see what the tractor's doing. So if there's no seat there, you know, it's like, well, hold on to something as you're hanging off the side of the tractor or smushed into the cab. Oh, okay, I'm going to teach you how to operate this thing. So that's the primary reason. The other reason was historically, farmers would teach their children how to operate the machinery. And that's, I mean, like I said, don't fall off, Junior. Here, wait, let me show you how to use this thing. Don't fall off, hang on. You know, as the tractor's going down the field. But that's the other reason, is historically farmers have taught their children how to do this stuff, and if there's no seat there, then they have to hang on or smush them somewhere. So those are two big reasons why that seat's there. The other thing that surprised me was the horsepower of a lot of these tractors is low compared to what I would have expected them to be. Like this one. So these Valtra, V-A-L-T-R-A, Valtra, I think. There is an actual Valtra tractor. I think all the tractors in here are based on real tractors, or most of them. And this has 145 horsepower. It's like, man, for what this thing does, It feels like not much, but they do what they need to do. They're all diesel for the torque instead of the top speed. Alright, that one's... So I need to sow and fertilize. And that's two separate steps for me right now because I don't have one that does both. Because I mean, they aren't. We're not always this way, but I mean, all these switches, dials, levers, and I mean, you can't just hand someone a manual and say, "All right, here's a manual. Have fun. Don't kill yourself." Right? So I can see why you'd want to actually train people the right way. And that when I was looking for this tractor online to find its real life equivalent, the ads that the manufacturers like Valtra or their website, you go look at it, it's like they're selling a car or a sports car. It's all flashy and fast. It's not like a serious, this is what the tractor can do, this is how much horsepower and all that. It was a flashy, fast, kind of low information ad, I'd call it. That surprised me a little bit. But I mean, if it works, I guess that's what I do too. I mean, it was like I was watching a ad for Ferrari or something. Okay, I have seed and I want, what did I say? Oh. Why? Oh, okay. I think that's, let me make sure. Yeah, it doesn't need lime, doesn't need plowing. I don't mulch. Weeds come later. So I just gotta seed, fertilize, and then weed tomorrow. So this hopefully what I'm trying to do with the with this other field, I've got soybeans on all three of these, but I'm trying to put wheat on the other field so I can get going on a granary and then a bakery so I can sell bread. That's what I'm trying to do, trying to get to. But I'm kind of poor, 138,000. My next purchase should probably be either some sheep or a granary. Whatever windmills used to do. Turns the oat into stuff that you can use to make bread. It's a granary, right? Yeah, okay. I think that's what the game calls it too. Okay, there's the bakery. It's only 50K. Grain mill. Okay. But it's 100, so 100K. Yeah, that would be tight. Didn't I have a contract? Oh, I got a contract for him. There's 30K. Gotta do that too. I guess I could I hate to have the AI do this. I don't trust the AI. Oh. My poor little small tractor can barely pull this thing. He's bogging down and getting stuck. Good news is fertilizing takes like a minute and a half. So this is really the only tedious step left. How did that get off like that? This thing is struggling, so it's kind of turning when I don't want it to. Oh, the Red Wings are playing right now. Playing the Kings. They beat the Devils? How did I miss that? I missed a game in there somehow. Oh, Bertuzzi's out 4 to 6 weeks. That's not good. So we beat the Canadians, beat the Devils. Now we're playing the Kings tonight, right now. But Tyler Bertuzzi, right? He was doing pretty good. He's been pretty good for us. That's not good that he's knocked out. Yep, this is the slow part. I think it just said upper body. Yeah, it just says upper body. Out 4 to 6 weeks. I don't think they had a... Yeah, I didn't say anything about the injury. Upper body, probably... I don't know. As usual, it could be anything. That's why they just say upper body. Hope he didn't break. 4 to 6 weeks sounds like a broken bone to me. I'd think if it was his hand or something, they probably would have seen that happen. That's what you miss by not being able to watch the games, you know. I don't even know what line he was on. Had to be second line, maybe? I can't look away to see what's going on. I guess I could see if the AI can do this without fucking it up. I gotta finish this contract anyway. I forget which version of the NHL video games I was playing when I was in college. I played a lot though. I remember I had a Celeron 300 megahertz overclocked to 450 megahertz because that was just what you did with it. That's why people bought the Celeron at that time. I want to say it was the NHL 2000. I don't know. a damn long time ago. But it was fun. I tried to play NHL 22 on the Series X, and might have popped a couple blood vessels or something, but man, it was frustrating. Trying to use a controller and just my hands got all... and then the AI with trying to pass, it seemed like you couldn't pass to the person you wanted to pass to. Sometimes it went to them, and sometimes it just didn't. Yeah, well, I mean, it would have been between 1998 and 2000, because that's when I was in my undergrad. I remember it was fun, and I tried to play it on whatever the most realistic setting was, which probably wasn't very realistic at all, but of course I played as a Red Wings. I remember sitting down and playing a game of that, and it was fun. The problem that we have now is with EA having taken all that over, they haven't done very, how do I say, they haven't done as well as we would like them to, I guess, would be the nice way to say that. But that's EA. They gotta end that exclusive shit if we want to see better games. And somehow with 22, somehow I'm not sure how the line changes are working. I remember, if I remember right, the line changes, you just, when you dumped it in, you could hit a button, the lines would change, but I don't know, couldn't figure out how they were doing that in NHL 22. And the penalties, I had the penalties set to low, I think, and it was like every 5 minutes, not even that, every 2 minutes somebody got a penalty. I was like, what the hell is going on? And I couldn't, the other thing that made me mad was I couldn't figure out how to aim the shot. It was just like, you know, how do I take a shot and aim it anywhere? And it was basically, you just, wherever, you didn't push a button to shoot. That's what I couldn't figure out. You had to just push the right, I think it was push the right stick in the direction you wanted to shoot. And that didn't make any sense to me. So I struggled with it for a couple hours. You know, my hands hurt because I was trying to use a controller, and I don't usually use a controller for anything. So I just kind of was like, all right, I need to put this down for a minute, because I was actually getting mad with the game. I mean, the more detailed they can make it, or more, you know, realist. You know, I don't want it to be a sim, I guess. You know, I don't want it to be work, but the more realism they can put into it, the better you learn about the game, right? You know, so that I want that, but you also have to make it playable. You can't make it a, you know, where you got to be an octopus or something to use the controls. I don't know, I probably need to give it another try. I tried NFL. I tried 21, then 22 came out. They were on Game Pass, so why I don't know. But I was like, okay, you're gonna put it on Game Pass, I'm gonna play it. I tried that, and that was just going to take more practice. That didn't seem as frustrating as NHL. Damn it. I remember you grew up using a controller. Okay, so you're used to it, and it's probably a lot of the controls probably make sense to you, but they just didn't make any sense to me. I don't remember if I used. I definitely played it on PC, so I don't think I was using a controller. I mean this 1998 2000, that was pre-console times. So maybe that's just part of the problem. I'm not a controller guy. I mean, it seems like that would be an easier way to play a sports game is with the controller. But I just, like I said, my hands started to hurt. And I don't know if it was the controllers are too small or what, but I felt like I couldn't comfortably hold the controller and control my guy without, like, I don't know, contorting my hands in an unnatural way. The controller kept wanting to slip out of my hands towards me for some reason, so. It's probably just something where I gotta get used to it. But yeah, like I said, they need to, for both of those, they need to get rid of the exclusivity that EA has. They need to ditch that if we ever want to have a better game. I don't know if you do you watch Angry Joe's reviews at all? You know him? He does a lot of his. He doesn't hold back. If the game has a problem, he just. Yeah, you should check out Angry Joe and look for his NFL football game, video game reviews. And just find the oldest one you can and then watch them in time order. Oh, man. And he's right. He gets a little dramatic about it, but that's his thing. You know, his channel's called Angry Joe. But the stuff that he rants about is actually true. You know, he doesn't make up stuff to rant about. He just tells it like he sees it. I'm hitting these bales just at the wrong time. It'd probably be comedy for me to stream trying to play NHL 22. A little bit of comedy, a little bit of horror because of how mad I get with the game. I'd have to have a swearing disclaimer that said, you know, if you don't mind, if you don't like profuse and common swearing, don't watch the stream kind of thing. But I mean, I know sometimes when I stream Battlefield 2042 or Apex, there's plenty of swearing. Some of it, most of it with 2042 revolves around my teammates, though, and just the way people play games nowadays. They don't really give a shit about winning. They just want to run around and shoot stuff, which is fine. I get it. But I'd like to at least, you know, I don't need them to be General Patton, but the things that they do in the game is just like, guys, what's in your brain right now? And I could predict for Battlefield 24 every game of Conquest, the teams start at like opposite ends of the map, and they'll cross. In the first like 10 minutes, you'll have your team will be over by their uncap, and their team will be over by your uncap, and that's just how it goes every time. Nobody ever wants to defend anything. You know, nobody wants to think about where people are going to be coming from and where they're going and why. They run from A to B and they spam mouse 1, and that's the way they play. I guess it would be different if I had people that, like, I actually had a squad, you know. Of people that would cooperate. And I keep telling myself when I play that game, I'm like, follow the herd. You know, go where the rest of the team is going. It doesn't matter if it's stupid, because if you don't go where the rest of the team is, it's just going to be pure frustration. You'll be the only one there. A lot of the other team will be there. You'll die. It has nothing to do with how good you are. You could be fucking Nick Merckx and it wouldn't matter because there's 5 or 6 of them and you. Although in Apex, I found myself getting more mad at myself. Just missing shots and mistiming things and not being in the right place. So maybe it's just Battlefield. That's the way Battlefield is. And they completely missed the mark with 2042. I mean, I used to go back to the controller discussion in Battlefield 2, the flying the helicopters was, and the aircraft was good. It kind of acted like you would expect a helicopter or airplane to handle. You know, it was an arcade game, you know, it wasn't DCS World or anything like that, but Battlefield 3 came out, and I was like, what did you guys do to the helicopters? And what they did was, that was the first game that they tried to cater to the console crowd. And so they made the helicopters easier to fly, which really meant that instead of it flying like a helicopter, it flew like a hot air balloon, is how I would say it flew. I had to relate it to an actual aircraft of some kind. It was just terrible. I was like, what did you guys do to it, man? Come on. And it was... I mean, I could still use my joystick and it worked. I just had to get used to hot air balloons, you know. It just, there's no maneuverability. You couldn't do things with it that you knew helicopters could do, and it was just because they made it kind of float around to make it easier to fly for the masses on console. Not anything against console people. I have a Series X, so it's just, that's what they did. And then in Battlefield 4 was a little better, but when it released, it didn't have joystick support. And it didn't have joystick support for a long time. So I couldn't fly. Because I'm not picking up a controller, right? Growing up on mouse and keyboard and using a joystick. Imagine that for a air vehicle, right? They eventually added it, and it was fine. And then in Battlefield 5, they didn't have joystick support. And I was like, okay, I guess I don't fly anymore. So that kind of sucks. So I either have to convert to using a controller. I'm not using a controller for first-person shooter running around shooting stuff. I'm not gonna do that. I played a Gears of War game with my nephew and my brother at one point. This was years ago, and I might as well have been aiming and moving, you know, aiming with my feet. It was just terrible. I was like, I don't know how you aim at anything this way. Because I was not used to it at all. I mean, they seem to do okay, but I was like, no. So I'm never going to use a controller to control a person shooting a weapon in a video game. But I could see myself trying to use a controller for an aircraft. I know that's not true. I know why they don't have joystick support. It's because most people use a controller. So, I mean, I know why it's not in there anymore. I just think it's not that hard. You know, come on, guys. You had it in your last 3 games. Why could you not put it in this one? You know. So that sucked. So now I'm a soldier. I run around on the ground. I don't fly anymore. But I mean, I think what they tried to do with Battlefield 2042, they tried to make it more like Call of Duty, and just basically alienated everybody, right? So the Call of Duty guys are like, this isn't Call of Duty, you know, it's not. So you didn't attract me. And then the people who were used to Battlefield were like, this isn't Battlefield, this sucks, right? So they just completely missed and made everybody upset by trying to cater to a larger crowd and get more money. And everybody knew it. Everybody can see that. So, I don't know. Hopefully the next Battlefield, which I'm not buying until I see people playing and how it's reviewed and things like that, if they don't come around and make it more true to Battlefield, because Call of Duty's Call of Duty, right? If you want to play Call of Duty, go play Call of Duty. Nobody's, you know, I got nothing against, I played it now and then. It wasn't my main game, but it's just a money grab, and they failed and just pissed everybody off. So, and now probably the last Call of Duty and this one that they're coming out with, they tried to add vehicles where Call of Duty never had vehicles in it before, and they're pissing off the Call of Duty people. So Call of Duty's doing it, pissing off their main crowd, and it's just like, man, these companies, the greed is real. Alright, finally, almost done with the baling. Just gotta go around the ring here. I mean, I told my nephew, and he agrees. You know, I never would have thought you would find me playing a farming simulator. Ah, come on. Don't be angry. Must be right on the border where I'm allowed to operate. I mean, it's a relaxing, you know, it is what it is. It's a relaxing game. You know, you don't get stressed out. Yeah, it's monotonous. No, it's not action-packed. But I still find it fun, so. I feel like I've been bailing here for about 3 hours, but there's also the part of me that likes to, you know, complete things. You know, do things and finish them. I get satisfaction out of that. If you're not that kind of person, this game's probably torture. Yeah, just like YouTube Greed, exactly. Like if they can charge for it, they will. If these game developers can try to make one game more like another so that they can get more money, they will. Don't care if you piss off the player base, destroy the franchise, and ruin your future. You know, for that game you got more money. Oh boy. Did I start? I don't remember if I did that other end or not. I have to go see. Been doing this so long, I don't freaking remember what I did and didn't do. I don't think I did the edge around that side. Nope. More money, more money, more. There's a show that I miss. Oh, I gotta turn it on, don't I? In Living Color, did you ever watch that? With Homie the Clown. Oh my god, that show was funny. Yeah, it was funny. They had a Homie the Clown, so it was Damon Wayans, and Homie the Clown was a character, and his tagline was "Homie, don't play that." So he was a clown, but he would go to like birthday parties and other performances, and he didn't actually want to be a clown. He just, you know, he had to do it to make money. And that was his tagline, "Homie, don't play that." So whenever someone asked him to do something he didn't want to do, that's what he said. And it got to be something that people said about other things, you know. So that was funny. And they also had he played I don't remember the name of the character, but he was a disabled person, but he was a superhero. So not something that would be able to be shown today. Today, you know, you get crucified for it, but back then it was funny. Instead of you know, Superman flies away, you know, he would basically go up to a window somewhere and just walk up to the window, you know, shimmy over to the window and then kind of fall out the window. Yeah, that was a good show. That shit was funny. And the Mo Money part was, it was two guys who were trying to make money off of anything, you know. They would just find shit in the trash and try to sell it, and they tried to do it like an infomercial. And that was funny as hell too. It's a good show. Having trouble going on a curve here. But yeah, I'm sure if you Googled Mo Money Mo or Homie the Clown, you'd be able to watch some clips of it anyway. It was funny. The other show that I remember that it was like mid 2000s. It was, what was it called? It was a Japanese game show. The actual Japanese game show was like something to Takagi's Castle, but it was but the spoof they did on it was called yeah, Most Extreme Elimination Challenge. Oh my god, there are a few things as funny as that, as a lot of that show. I mean, just fucking unbelievably make you cry funny kind of stuff. And the voiceovers and stuff that they did for that, man. I still watch some clips of that, dude. Is the AI done seeding? No. God, he's... Well, at least he's still doing it. Alright, I need to go get the bale handler. Yeah, that show was a blast. And I never saw any kind of like translation of what the two commentators were actually saying. So I never have any idea of what they were actually talking about or saying to each other, but the voiceovers that they did with the expressions on the faces of the announcers were just, they were good. They did that well. That is a big bale loader. I think that's one of the coolest things about this game is all this stuff in the base game is real stuff that exists out there in the world. Bales to pick up. Nope, that's the wrong button. No? Okay. Just gonna put two side by side and then push them to the back. Wow, you could go fast in this thing. 3. Okay. Damn, we'll have this done in no time, relatively speaking. Machines like this and the machines in this game is what make me... It can make you proud to be an engineer, that people figured this shit out, how to do this. Like, what's the fastest way we can pick up bales and stack them? It's gonna be a lot of flipping bales. I'm gonna make some good coin off of this contract, I can tell. And I need it. So many things to buy. Of course, that's a lot of bales too. Damn. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rows. About 6 or 7. That's about 50 bales. Damn. Yeah. I said I'm gonna do this contract. God damn it, I'm gonna do it. Doesn't matter how painful it is. Oops. Oh, okay, 3 more. Yeah. Yes, you are correct. You want it fast and easy with little to no effort, or just give it to them. Alright, where am I taking this stuff? Animal dealer. So turn right and then left. Got it. Yeah, it might have been part of that comes from being having a paper route when I was a kid. And I had a paper route with the Detroit News. There was the Detroit News and the Detroit Free Press. The Detroit Free Press was a morning paper, so the people who were paper boys for the Free Press, they got up at like 4 in the morning, you know, and delivered all their papers in the morning. But I worked for the Detroit News, and they were an afternoon newspaper. So basically, you know, after school or whatever in the afternoon was when you went to the paper station and got your papers and all that. That's another example of, you know, it teaches you just, you know, you do something, you provide something, and then you get paid for it. It's not, here's some money, right? So, and it had its monotonous, you know. If I had 50 people on my route and I had to take 50 papers and stuff each one of them with an ad, you know, usually on Wednesdays, that's what I had to do. It was monotonous, it sucked, but, you know, you want to do that job and have some money for whatever, that's what you had to do, because nobody's going to give you money, you know. I mean, your parents might. How am I going to do this? Is this thing going to stand up? I probably should have tested that before I loaded it. I'm going to guess that it's going to stand up like a missile launcher. This could be a mess. And I just, no, I gotta unload them somehow. Oh boy. I'm hoping it stands up and they don't fall everywhere. Okay, so far so good. Are they gonna slide out the back? Oh, it pushes them. Okay, it's just pushing them down the slope. Okay, I thought that was going to be bad. So that was 30%, so I got to do that 3 more times just to meet the terms of the contract. But yeah, that's what the last bale loader that I had did. It stood up and then pushed the bales off, and they all just kind of fell. It wasn't quite that clean. And I remember going back to the paper route thing. I remember I didn't like collecting. That's what we called it when you went to the house to get the money for the week, for the papers you delivered. I didn't like doing that. Because especially like if you missed, like we collected usually, was it on the weekends or was it Thursday and Friday? I think it was Thursday and Friday because we had to submit our bill on Saturday, I think. Anyway, I mean, shit, this was the late 80s. So, it's been a while. But, when somebody didn't, you know, when you missed somebody, they weren't home or whatever, and then you had to go there the next week or the week after that and tell them they owed 3 weeks of bills. I didn't like that. I didn't like it. And it's silly, you know, it's because they know they owe that, you know, they're gonna pay you the money. I don't know, I didn't like it. What I did like was I will always remember, you know, whoops, I remember crashing into a tree. what I did like was after when I went collecting, you know, I go house to house and I'd say, you know, you owe 1 week or 2 weeks, and they would pay me whatever they paid me, and most of them usually gave me a pretty decent tip. I like that. But what I would do is whatever they gave me, I put it in my right front pocket in my jeans. And as I went house to house, my right front pocket got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I was like, yeah, well, I'm gonna have to put some stuff in my left pocket. And then when I got home to count it, I would just pull out this wad of money and put it on the floor. And, you know, I had a lot of bills and some coins, and I remember, you know, the bigger the wad of money or the more fives that I saw, you know, the better it was, right? And I remember the smell of the money, you know, how money smells. That was the good part, was counting up the money. I didn't like collecting. I didn't mind delivering papers. But counting the money, that was the good part. I'll always remember that. And if I couldn't tell you, I have no memory of like how much I got every month or every week above whatever my bill was. I don't remember that at all. I just remember a pile of money and counting the money. I mean, you're a kid, right? You never saw that much money at one time. And then instead of, you know, cashing in the quarters, you kept the quarters, because at the time you went and played video games and they needed quarters. So you had this freaking big wad of quarters too, and it was like perfect. Oh boy. This guy's still not done. He's just now finishing. All right. Okay, that's what I was looking for. It's growing, so he seeded the whole thing. So I just need to put fertilizer down. And then tomorrow, put fertilizer down and weed it. Okay, let me finish this contract first. Yeah, I mean, really, you could turn this into Farm Manager instead of Farm Simulator. You could just, you know, 90% of the things that I'm doing right now, just have the AI do it. You gotta pay a little bit for that, which is appropriate, but you could just have a bunch of different plots and just, you know, get the AI started like this, and then hit H and the AI would finish it, and you wouldn't have to do this part hardly at all. But for me, I want it to be Farming Simulator, not Farming Manager, so I prefer to actually do this kind of stuff. Some of it. At least some of it, you know, not all of it. I had the guy cut the grass here. I didn't do that. I did most of the rest of it, like, you know, and I just had that guy seed that field instead of me having to do it. And it's a balance for me, you know. I don't want to make it torture, but I also don't want to turn it into Farm Manager. I want it to be Farming Simulator. I want to understand what you have to do to make stuff grow and harvest it and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, you could have the AI do almost all of the stuff that I do. The best thing is, with this being on Game Pass, you know, I didn't pay for this. I don't know how many hours I've played this, and before it, Farming Simulator 19. I didn't play that one as much because it came out like less than a year before 22 came out. But Game Pass has paid for itself, for sure. Game Pass is a good move. So if you got Game Pass, it's free to try. And if they took it off Game Pass and wanted money to play it, at this point, I would probably pay for it, and I would not feel bad at all. I've already spent so many hours playing this game for free. Well, like I said, I pay for Game Pass, but that I wouldn't feel bad paying $20, $30, maybe even $40 for this game. I wouldn't pay $60. I'd wait for it to go on sale. But it is now. To each his own, right? Some people, this is pain. So all right, this should get me to 60-some%. %. Okay. As expected. Then I've learned about farming, that's for sure. 64%. I mean, I couldn't be a farmer just from this game, but I at least have a clue now. When I go for motorcycle rides around here or drive my car around here, Southwest Ohio, there's plenty of farmland, and I actually know what I'm looking at when I drive by a farm. You know, I know what that farming implement does and what it's used for. That's cool. That's a bonus. But like I said, I mean, it's not like I could get in this tractor in real life and drive it. I sure as hell couldn't, but that's the other thing. You could put yourself in first person and restrict yourself to first person and require manual gearboxes, so you had to shift. I mean, you could make it even more simulation than I do, but that's not something that I see myself doing. Then it starts to veer more towards pain. But yeah, like I said, this game plays into my effort, satisfaction, completing a task part of my personality, I guess. Like, I'm gonna do all this, get done with it, and then I'm gonna get 30K for the contract. I'll probably get twice that in bail money for the extra bails from this. So, yeah. And then I'm just going to spend that money. It's a vicious cycle. Do work, get money, spend money, do more work. You know, they don't have like a mansion you can buy at some point. You're just buying more farmland, bigger, better farming equipment, and although that would be cool if you could buy a big house or something. I'm picking these up the wrong way. Should be picking them up that way. I'll do this row and try it the other way, see if it makes a difference. Probably not. So 3060, this will almost complete my contract requirement. I'm already guessing at how much money I'm going to get just from the extra bales. Or I want to guess, anyway. That's why I took this contract versus the other baling contracts, is it's for silage, and that's good money. Alright, let me try it that way. Yeah, it picks up the bales a little easier and quicker. Alright, so if this gets me, this should get me like 92%. So. Oh shit. That's a lot of money sitting right there. I'm not even going to count how many bales that is. That's a lot of money. And I think they're, I want to say $2,000 a bale. I think. But other silage contracts, if the contract was for say 10,000, I would make 30,000 total. I could make up the triple what the contract reward is just because of the extra bales. Now I know where I am and where I'm going. Nailed. Come on, man. Fucking Amazon drivers. Man, somebody's computer components just got broke. TV screens. That's kind of my fault. I put across traffic, but we won't talk about that. Yeah, I mean, I have track IR. I know I mentioned this the other day, but that's what this is. But I could set that up so I could just turn my head and, instead of using the mouse to look around. I want to get stuck here. It might be fun for a little while. I don't know if I could do it full time. Right in the middle, look at that. $91, $92, $95, $96. 96%. Okay. So there's going to be like one bale that I'm going to need for the contract. The rest is going to be pure cash. Beautiful. And then the other thing about this game, which is kind of like Ark, is the same way. trying to do a couple things at once here. We lost to the Kings 5-4. Damn it. So I've been playing this 3 hours and 50 minutes. Does not feel like it at all. I feel like I've been here about 10 minutes. Yeah. I think, I don't know what day it was. Someday last week, on a weekday, I think it was Thursday, I did a 7-hour stream of this. I didn't intend to do that, but I was playing and playing, and by the time I was done, I had been at it for 7 hours. 7.5 hours. That was nuts, yeah. Which actually, that's a lot. All right, let's just say that. But my nephew and I play this. I have a multiplayer version of this that I play with him. And we played one day, I think it was a Sunday, for 14 hours. And just, it was like nothing. I mean, when you got a bunch of stuff you want to do, and you get that little reward all the time, time passes, yeah. And like I said, neither of us, if you'd have asked me 6 months ago, are you ever going to play a game called Farming Simulator? I'd have laughed in your face, but not a chance. Here I am. So... I remember I got him to try it. I found it on Game Pass last year? Was it this year? Man, I can't even remember now. I don't know. I think it was this year. I don't know. Anyway, I found it on Game Pass. I was like, all right, I'm going to try it. What the hell? And then I got him to try it. And he was like, no, I ain't playing that. Farming Simulator? What are you, high? It's like, just try it. Yeah. You see how that went. But I'm going to try to, I think I'll fertilize. I'll do this. I'll fertilize that plot, because that's the last thing I need to do before the next day in the game. And then I'll call it a day. Because this, I think this is going to give me like maybe 90k. I think 30. Yeah, I think this will give me 90k. There's only one of these bales is for the contract. I'll have to watch and see how much money I get. Yeah, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 24 bales. We'll see how much money I get out of it. There's another load there, easy. Yeah, maybe not quite 24. But yeah, I mean, when I started this playthrough, I had no money. I had that original plot of land, a farmhouse, which is a trailer home, so that I could sleep overnight and skip time overnight. A gator and a trailer for the gator and a chainsaw. That's all I had, and no money. So it's been fun, starting from nothing, almost nothing. Yeah, I mean, getting 90K when you only have 130K to right now, yeah, that's significant. I mean, but I did spend probably 3 hours doing that contract. I mean, I was doing other things too, but it's still a game that you could walk up to, play for an hour, and walk away from it. I mean, if you have that sort of self-control, you could. It's not like I couldn't save it at any point and be fine. Alright, so 23 bales is what this should come out to, because one of them's for the contract. I want to say this will be... Stop, fuck. I can't keep track. God damn it. That went too fast. How much did I have at the beginning of that? What did I say? 120? 23,000 or something like that? 128,000? I mean, I just made 40 grand easy. I guess if I look at today, that would be harvest income. Sold bales, 36,000. So just made 36,000 off of the bales. So I think I got one more trip to make. See how much money I got in bales, and then on top of those bales, I get 30K for the contract. And at least now I've seen how the best equipment for farming grass, I guess, how it operates, how this bale operator operates. Bale loader, sorry. And I had that combo. I haven't used one of those balers and wrappers that were one unit. It was usually two. You'd drag the baler around and make bales, and then you separately drag the wrapper around and wrap the bales. This time it was one piece of equipment did both, so that was different. It's one more load of bales. I'm gonna go the long way though. I don't know. Maybe turning around a lot. If I would have started from the beginning going this way, it probably would have been even faster. Yeah, 18 bales. Pretty good timing. 1700. Starts getting dark. Let's see, this is August. Probably in about an hour game time. That's the thing, I don't really like to play this in the dark. I will if I'm just finishing something, but I like to be able to see what the hell I'm doing. So if I get, yeah, there should be about another 35K. It's not a full load. Yeah, probably 30K. I'll take it. Six. Yeah, 18 bales. And I figure I probably just turned in 22. Something like that. I don't know. We'll see. It's me in the morning counting that money. I can't smell it, but I'm counting it. What the hell is that thing? Looks kind of dangerous, whatever it is. It's a tool for something. Cleaning something? I don't know. I'll have to go look in the class sales manual for this tractor and figure out what that is. $30K. That was close. So I made, yeah. So I made 66,000 off the bales and another 30,000 off the contract. So I just made 94,000 off of this one contract that was supposed to pay out 28. Take it. Isn't my fertilizer here somewhere? Hey, there it is. Tractor's kind of filthy. This is going to take about a minute, maybe two. I don't know why those streaks are there. Nope. Done fudded up. Ditch, don't drive in the ditch, don't drive in the ditch, stop! I hope my next tractor has better brakes than that. This field is good. Tomorrow, I hit it with second shot of fertilizer, weed it, and it's good till I harvest it. Because I can't afford to spray herbicide on it. Or I do that right now, and tomorrow all I would have to do is hit it with a second shot of fertilizer. Alright. Alright, well that's pretty much it. Just gonna take this back to the main farm. I'll come back and get the seeder. That'll be a pretty good day. 230K? What am I gonna do with all that money? Man. I can buy a, let's see, a sheep. A large sheep pen I think is 80K, and the grain mill is 100K, so I can spend 180K. Or I could buy 2 sheep pens and hold off on the grain mill, because I don't need the grain mill until I harvest that grain, which is going to be like 4 or 6 months. So I have to think of how to spend my money. My brand new silo. Well, sort of brand new. I bought it in July. So, as usual, I think of things anywhere between 30 seconds to a day too late. I should have just left this fertilizer there and brought back the... I mean, it doesn't matter. Should have left that there. I'm going to need it tomorrow. There. How did I bring it back? That was dumb. I do need to bring the cedar back though, because I don't need it there for a long time. I'll need it here before I'll need it back there. There's no point in me bringing it back now, because I'm going to drive back to the main farm and I'll have to drive over there tomorrow anyway. So either way, it's another trip. Stupido. I think I'll break down and buy a stump grinder too. Seem to perpetually need that thing. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, just missed him. And then I hit a post in the ground. Great. That is one filthy tractor. The thing's looking a little worse for wear. Good as new. Alright, well, tomorrow I get to decide how to spend my money. I gotta, like I've been saying, I gotta fertilize and weed. And then that's all I have to do tomorrow. I'm gonna have to make some decisions and figure out where to put new stuff. Anyway. Anyway, that's it for today, man. I'm gonna call it a day. Hockey, I don't know if you're still there. If you are, thanks for stopping by. Anybody else that stopped by? Oh, gonna have to get up and walk around. But anyway, I'll see you guys later.